26 degrees tonight in Charlottetown. No variant, of course. And in the third qualifier, number 1, Princess Royale, has been scratched. Horse and drivers around the track for tonight's first of 3 non-wagering qualifying events. Number 1 is Mighty Rearranger with driver Adam Murner. 2 is Apollo 34 with Mark Campbell. And number 3 is Ma Barker with Dave Kelly. Tonight's first of three non wagering qualifying events lining up in behind the starting gate. One is Mighty Rearranger, 2-year old with Adam Erner. Two is Apollo 34 with Mark Campbell. And three in the outside is Ma Barker with Dave Kelly. Here they come. And away they go, off and trotting in the middle. That is Apollo 34 shooting out for the lead as they leave the gate, running into the first turn. And out the rail second is Mighty Rearranger. Your early trailer is Ma Barker as they race around the turn, approach the opening eighth, and they'll go to the backstretch for the first time. Moving on their way to the opening quarter, led by Apollo 34 with Mark Campbell. In out the rail second is Mighty Rearranger with Ma Barker seeing them all in third as they trot on up the backstretch. They're moving past the opening quarter and no change in position. Apollo 34 is the leader. 2 lengths off in second is Mighty Rearranger, and Ma Barker jumped it off at the back. 30-1 by the opening quarter. They swing to the 3/8 turn, and they'll come down the stretch now in front of us for the first time, led by Apollo 34. In out the rail, Mighty Rearranger going along second, and still off stride at the back is Ma Barker. And they're now halfway home here in the opening qualifier, led by Apollo 34 with Mighty Rearranger in second, and Ma Barker is the trailer as they head into the 5/8 turn after a half of 101 3/5. No change. It's still Apollo 34. A length and a half back second is Mighty Rearranger and Ma Barker at the back. As they go on up the back stretch now, moving to the 3/4, Apollo 34 is the leader. Mighty Rearranger is second with Ma Barker trailing as they move past the 3/4 mile mark. And now Mark Campbell kicks the plugs on Apollo 34 and they head into the far turn. Final time. It's still Apollo 34. Mighty Rearranger getting closer second. 133 by the 3/4. And Apollo 34 has jumped it off as they swing off the 7/8 turn for home. And now Mighty Rearranger takes the lead. Apollo 34 in second. Through the stretch, right down to the wire. Mighty Rearranger and Adam Erner win qualifier number one with Apollo 34 in there for second. Ma Barker will be three. Time for the mile, 2:03-1. Results of tonight's first qualifier: Mighty Rearranger, the winner, Apollo 34 2, Ma Barker 3, fractions 30-1, the half in 101 3, 3/4 in 133. Time for the mile, 2:03-1. Top down, 1, 2, 3. In tonight's upcoming second qualifier, number 2, Hail Force Winds, scratched. Horses and drivers around the track for tonight's second of three non-wagering qualifying events. Number 1 is Starship Sharky, 2-year-old by Somewhere Fancy with Harold Shepard. Number 2 is Scratched. Number 3 is Mr. Harris, 2-year-old by Roll With It Harry with Adam Erner driving. Number 4 is McLovin, 2-year-old by McWicket. The driver is Kenny R. Snow. 5 is Zendaya's Cracker Jack, 2-year-old by Sunshine Beach with Brody McPhee. Number 6 is Beach Jewels, 2-year-old by Arthur Bluechip with Jill Barrio. Number 7 is Salzbrook Rolo. It's a 2-year-old by Roll with Joe with Mark Campbell. And number 8 is Windermere Britt, 2-year-old by Somewhere Fancy with Paul Langell. So the 2-year-olds are approaching the starting gate. They're going to go a half for a little schooling before they're off to the races here tonight at Red Shore, Charlottetown. We have a field of 7 in here with Starship Sharky and Harold Shepard. It's a 2-year-old by Somewhere Fancy. The 2 is Scratch. 3 is Mr. Harris. 2-year-old by Roll With It Harry with Adam Murner. McLovin will score 4. Kenny Arsenault, a 2-year-old by McWicket. Zendaya's Crackerjack 5 with Brody McPhee, 2-year-old by Sunshine Beach. Beach Jules the 6, Jill Barrio aboard, 2-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip. Salzburg Rolo 7, Mark Campbell, a 2-year-old by Roll with Joe. And Windermere Britt scoring on the outside. Paul Ansel to drive, a 2-year-old by Somewhere Fancy. Second qualifier, top of the stretch. Starship Sharky, 2 is scratched. Mr. Harris, 3. McLovin will score 4. Zendaya's Crackerjack is 5. Beach Jewel will score 6. Salzburg Rolo is 7. And on the outside, Windermere Britt with Paul Angel. Here they come. And they're off and pacing from 6. Beach Jewels looking for the lead as they race off the gate into the first turn. In at the rail, Starship Sharky will take them out of there. Driving up to on the outside is Mr. Harris, coming away 3rd. As they race around the turn is Zendaya's Crackerjack on the outside 4th. That is Beach Jewels. In at the rail 5th is Salzburg Rolo. Back there in 6th, that is Windermere Britt. And your early trailer is McLovin as they go on up the back. Moving to the 5/8 after half of 102 and 1. It is still Salzburg Rolo, your leader, as we move to the back stretch for the second and final time. In at the rail second. That is Starship Sharky moving along third. Is Mr. Harris. As we went up the back stretch, moving past the 3/4. It's Salzburg Rolo on top. In at the rail, Starship Sharky second. Mr. Harris going along third. Back there in 4th after 3/4 of 132 and 1. Off stride goes Zendaya's Crackerjack. And they swing off the 7/8 turn for home. And it is Salzburg Rolo, your leader, to the outside. Starship Sharky second. Mr. Harrison at the rail third. At the line, it is Salzburg Rolo to win it. Up for second, Starship Sharky. In for third, Mr. Harris. Time for the mile, 2:01 and 2. Here now are the official results of tonight's second qualifier. 1 Starship Sharky 2 a scratch, 3 Mr. Harris 3, 4 McLovin 4, 5 Zendaya's Crackerjack 7, 6 Beach Jewels 5, 7 Salzburg Rolo your winner, 8 Windermere Brit 6, fractions 30 and 4, the half in 102 and 1, 3/4 132 and 1, time for the mile 201 and 2. Top down 2 drawn 3, 475 16. In tonight's third qualifier, number 1 Princess Royale scratched. The horses and drivers are on the track for tonight's third and final qualifier. Number 1 is scratched. Number 2 is Bold in Bed with qualifying driver Zach Noy. Number 3 is Fernhill Java with Brody McPhee. Number 4, Julian I Am with Jared Baker. 5 is Red Dirt Diamond with Brett Clough. Number 6 is Woodmere Sheldon with Jason Hughes. Number 7 is Never Shway Never with Jill Barrio. And number 8 is Wild River Coyote with Norris Rogers. Tonight's third and final qualifier. Lining up in behind the starting gate, 1 is Scratched. Bold in Bed, 2 with Zach Noy. Fernhill Java, 3 and Brody McPhee. Julian I Am, 4 with Jared Baker. 5 is Red Dirt Diamond with Brett Clough. Woodmere Sheldon, 6 with Jason Hughes. Never Shray Never, 7 and Jill Barrio. On the outside, Wild River Coyote, Norris Rogers. Here they come. And away they go, off and racing Red Dirt Diamond out from the middle for the lead as they race into the first turn. In at the rail second is Bold in Bed. Coming up in the outside third, that's Wild River Coyote. In at the rail fourth is Fernhill Java. Back there in fifth as they race around the turn, that's Julian I Am. In six is Woodmere Sheldon. Your early trailer is Never Shray Never as they move up the backstretch, moving to the opening quarter, led by Red Dirt Diamond in line to Brett Clough. In at the rail second is Bold in Bed. Going along third, that's a Wild River Coyote. 2 lengths off in fourth, that is Fernhill Java as they pass by the opening quarter in 29 and 1. And the leader, that is Red Dirt Diamond. In at the rail, Bold in Bed goes along second, Wild River Coyote third. Fernhill Java looks at it from fourth. Moving up on the outside, fifth is Never Shray Never. In at the rail sixth, that is Julian I Am. And your trailer past the half is Woodmere Sheldon. They move on past the halfway mark, heading into the 5/8 turn for the second and final time. It is Red Dirt Diamond in at the rail. Never Shray Never up on the outside, second the half in a minute and 1/5. They're passing by the 5/8. Never Shray Never up on the outside to take the lead. In at the rail, second is Red Dirt Diamond, gapping out a little third. That's Bold and Bad. In at the rail, fourth, Wild River Coyote. Julian I am on the outside, fifth. Back there in sixth is Fernhill Java. And the trailer is Woodmere Sheldon as they pass the three quarters, heading into the far turn. Final time 1:29 and 4 by the three quarters. Your leader is Never Sway Never. In at the rail, second, Red Dirt Diamond. At the rail, Bold and Bad. Coming up on the outside, Julian I am, Wild River Coyote in between horses. Through the stretch, right down to the wire. It's going to be Never Sway Never to win it. Up for second is Red Dirt Diamond. In the middle, looks like Wild River Coyote will be three. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 4. Results of tonight's third and final qualifier. 1 was Scratch, 2 Bold and Bad, 4. 3 Fernhill Java, 6. 4 Julian I Am, 5. 5 Red Dirt Diamond, 2. 6 Woodmere Sheldon, 7. 7 Never Sway Never, your race winner. 8 Wild River Coyote, 3. Fractions 29 and 1. The half a minute, 1/5. Three quarters, 1:29 and 4. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 4. Top down, drawn 4-6. 52713.
come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for this Thursday evening program. We have 13 dashes on tap and it is a hot one outside. It's about 29 degrees here in Charlottetown. So it is a very hot evening for racing. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk, and we'll just let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that we are taking some extra precautions due to the warm weather for our equine athletes, and we will be shortening our post parades for the first 4 races of the program. So the horses spend less time on the track, and the horses and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time. So if you plan to wager, you should consider wagering earlier. Again, it's a 13-dash program. Our feature pace comes up in race 12. Elm Grove Mistress on the rail. Woodmere Kennedy from post 2. JM Sports Fan from post 3. Lady Divine from post 4. Ms. Moyes has post 5. And Galway Girl, last week's winner, has post 6. We also have the top trot coming up in race 10. Buckhead Ridge, he's in to go. He's putting his winning streak on the line. He has reeled off 6 in a row since arriving here in Charlottetown, so he is the outside post in that top trot. We also have some freshman fillies coming up in races 3 and 5, so very entertaining evening. But before we get to the action, we'll get upstairs to Vance Cameron for the program and equipment changes. Vance.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 18 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 26 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Ronnie Hennessy. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change in the first race. Number 5, Magnificent Mia, from a can't see back to an open bridle with blinkers. Next change, go to race number 3. In the third race, scratch number 4, Redland Precious, she will not go. Race 3, scratch the 4 entry, Redland Precious. Next change, go to race number 5, featuring our first super high 5 of the night. In the fifth race, scratch number 6, Hatchling, she will not go. Race 5, scratch the 6th entry, Hatchling. Next change, you'll go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 3, Curad, going from open bridle to a Swedish blind bridle. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 2, Heather's Pet, has a chart line not showing. 1st of July, Summerside, fast track. Scoring from post 8, finished 7th. The beaten lengths were not recorded, nor her actual time due to a power outage at Summerside on July 1st. Final change on the cards in the final race tonight, that's number 13. In the 13th race, number 3, Kay's Rider, adding rundown boots. That will wrap up the changes on tonight's racing program at this time. Parmitro windows are open and selling. First race post time, 6 o'clock, 24 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. If you're just joining us, it's been a beautiful day here on PEI. It's about 27 degrees, so very warm. The horses will be staying in the paddock for the first 4 races until about 4 minutes to post, and then they will parade out. So we're keeping them in the paddock, keeping them cool a little while longer. So keep that in mind when you're making your wagers in the first 4 races. You may want to wager before they come out on post parade. So just a heads up on that. Our feature comes up in race 12. 13 dashes on tap for you tonight, and the feature is Filly Mares and Elm Grove Mistress, the morning line choice. She has the pole position, so she will be tough to beat in that 12th race. Woodmere Kennedy reeled off 2 in a row. She's up in with the good mares tonight from post 2. JM Sports Fan from post 3. Lady Divine has post 4. Ms. Moyes from post 5. And last week's winner, Galway Girl, has post 6. But we kick things off here tonight in race 1 with our aisle pick 5. And we'll take a look at my aisle pick 5 ticket here as we kick it off in race 1. And it's unanimous right across the board. We're all on board with the 3. If you take a look at the chart lines on the 3 wire blue chip, post 7 the last 3 trips behind the gate. Post 6 4 starts back, so she gets some much needed post relief. She's been racing well. Race timed at 56-4 last time out, 28-2 final panel. So moving inside, we think she can pick up the win in race number 1. Over in race 2, unanimous again. We're all going with the 3 My Pocket Rocket. Off that last trip, 2 minutes 4/5. Going to be tough to beat from post 3 for Kenny Murphy. Over in race 3, we have a scratch in that race. It's 2-year-old fillies, maidens, and the 4 Redland Precious is scratch. I'm going to go with the 2 in that 3rd race. I like Made to Play, 2-year-old daughter by Shadow Play. That was a real nice qualifier in 2 minutes 2/5, 28-1 final panel for Ryan Darash. They got a good inside post, so I think they can lead gate to wire in that 3rd race. And then over in race number 4, going to go with the 1 Cinnamon Swirls and Corey McPherson. Good 4th last time out, 2 minutes 3/5, closing quarter 29 flat, and that was from the outside of the gate. So moves in to the rails. So I think Cinnamon Swirls can get the job done in race 4. Then going to go close it out in race 5 with Can't Catch Pepper. Excited to see this one go. This is a 2-year-old daughter by Big Jim out of Lady Sigh, which makes her a full sister to so much more. The millionaire pacer that we watch up in Ontario week in, week out. Well, this is her baby sister. Can't Catch Pepper from post 3 for Bradley. She went gate to wire in her qualifier, 2 minutes 4/5, 28-2 final panel. So I think she can get the job done in that 5th race. So I'm at 3-3-2-1-3 post time picks. That's Peter McPhee. Looks at 3-3-5-1-3, and the classifiers choices are 3-3-2-5-3. In our aisle pick 5, it is a guarantee pool of $2,000 and a low 15% takeout, and it kicks off in our opener. Good luck. Just another reminder that we are taking some extra precautions due to the warm weather tonight for our equine athletes. We will be shortening our post braids on the first 4 races of the program, so the horses spend less time on the track. The horses and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time, so if you plan to wager, you should consider wagering earlier. We got one equipment change here in the opener. The 5 Magnificent Mia going from can't see back to open with blinkers. So can't see back to blinkers on the 5 Magnificent Mia here in race 1.
The first race pacers and their drivers enter the track for post parade. Irie won over David Mercer, Keith McDougall, and the estate of Kenneth McDougall. Trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. Southwind Ricochet 2, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan, trained by Ron Matheson. Joe Barrio drives. Wired Blue Chip number 3, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell up. All Over Town number 4, owned by Donald Bishop, Bruce McDonald of New Brunswick, and Chris Strickey from Nova Scotia. Adam Murner trains and drives. Magnificent Mia number 5, owned by Michael Collings from Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings, Corey McPherson. Smiling in Heaven 6, Gary Chappell of Charlottetown is the owner and the driver. Stacy Dara trains. Tobin's Dream wears number 7, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, David Dowling. All About the Bet number 8, owned by Megan Sweet of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. 9 is Wise Moon, owned by Ryan DeRoche and Shayna Toll and Brett LeBlanc, trained by Shayna Toll and driven by Ryan DeRoche. 2 minutes to post time. This is the start of the Isle Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool and the industry low 15% takeout. Kurt Hughes is coming up next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Out onto the track we go for race number 1. We kick off the Isle Pick 5 in this race. Low 15% takeout on that pool. Guarantee pool of $2,000. We also have the early double, exactor, superfecta, triactor wagering, as well as the Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25. Getting some much needed post relief is the 3 Wired Blue Chip, Michael Curry, Jerry McKinnon. They share ownership on this 3-year-old daughter. By Better's Delight, Earl Watts trains. Mark Campbell gets along really well with this filly. He was a winner 4 starts back from off the pace. Post 6 on that day, winner in 58-1. And then 3 straight trips from post 7. Hit the board in 2 of 3 of those starts. Last time out finished 7th, race time 56-4. Only beaten 4 1/4 lengths at the wire. So not a lot of gate speed from this one, but from post 3, at least she'll be able to get away mid-pack. She's been spotting the field 13 lengths, 3 starts back, 12 lengths, 2 back, and then last week she spotted them 14 lengths at the quarter pole. So hopefully Mark can get her a little closer to the lead here tonight. And if she's close at the top of the stretch, look out for her quick closing ability. So I like her on top. Wire Blue Chip currently the favorite at 1-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, updating the 50-50 draw. The $1,015 went unclaimed here on Saturday night. So if that ticket holder has that ticket, he or she will have the start of the second race to claim the prize. And if it's not claimed by the start of the second, that $1,015 goes right in to tonight's pool. The winning number was Q175. 9085. Q1759085. If that ticket's out there, you have until the start of the second race to claim the $1,015.
All right, there's a look at the 2 Southwind Ricochet, Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quentin Bevan share ownership. This one just missed last week, had a good 2-hole ride. Second by half length of 57-1, 28-3 final panel out of the Ron Matheson stables. Gilles Barrio will drive, and I expect this one to be up close to the lead here tonight, maybe even cutting it. But she is definitely a good option for exactor players at 5-2. Field for the first, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Irie, Southwind Ricochet, Wired Blue Chip all over town. Magnificent Mia smiling in heaven. Tobin's Dream all about the bet. That's the frontier. And we've got a trailer here to start it up. Wise Moon, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, leaving out Irie alongside Southwind Ricochet, coming to join them. Magnificent Mia, wait wide, smiling in heaven, leaves out, following through. That is Wise Moon. The three highs, they go by the eighth pole. In between them, that's Southwind Ricochet, the leader. Out there, three wide, Magnificent Mia towards the rail. Irie has the cones. Wise Moon drives up into fourth. Now fifth is Smiling in Heaven. Sixth up the rail, Wired Blue Chip. Seventh, All Over Town. Then eighth, Tobin's Dream. Trailing ninth, All About the Bet. A solid opener. 28 and 1. By the 3/8 they go. Magnificent Mia made the lead with McPherson. Second, that's Southwind Ricochet. Wise Moon on the move. Third, Irie fourth. Here comes Wired Blue Chip, getting up and into it on the outside. Fifth. Following that on the outside from 6 is All Over Town. At the rail, Smiling in Heaven. 7th. On the outside, 8, Tobin's Dream. 9th, All About the Bet. 57-4. Opening half mile by the 5/8 they go. Magnificent Mia, the leader. In at the rail, Southwind Ricochet is second. Wise Moon now stalls third. Wired Blue Chip went 3 wide fourth. Coming 3 wide on the outside fifth. Tobin's Dream at long odds, getting into it late. They're by 3/4, and are they well grouped in here? On the front end, Magnificent Mia, the leader in 1:28 and 1. Southwind Ricochet at the rail. Wired Blue Chip between horses. Tobin's Dream 3 high fourth. Homeward bound in tonight's opener. Magnificent Mia up the inside. Southwind Ricochet. Tobin's Dream on the far outside, running out of Racetrack. Magnificent Mia hangs on with McPherson. Tobin's Dream second. Wired Blue Chip third. 1:57.4.
Magnificent Mia on the bridle change. Can't see back to blinkers. Those yellow and blue blinkers on the 5. Corey was serious with her off the gate. 3 wide to the opening quarter. She touched down to the lead, 28 and 1. Half 57 and 4. Wise Moon applied pressure in the middle portion of the mile, but then faded late in that mile. 128 and 1 3/4. 157 and 4 is the mile for the 5. Magnificent Mia as she leads from the quarter pole right to the wire. On the outside, raced big here tonight from off the pace. Tobin's Dream hung out 3 wide all the way around that last turn, and she's still charging hard at the wire. But Magnificent Mia hangs on for the narrow victory. We'll see her back in the winner's circle next.
Magnificent Mia goes to the first race winner's circle by facing mare 4 by Malicious off the Articulator Dam April Dawn Star. Homebred of Michael Collings of Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings and Corey McPherson, guiding her to victory and a new record of 157-4. Magnificent Mia in the opener.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the first race. Ivory finished 4th, Southwind Ricochet 5th, Wire Blue Chip 3rd, All Over Town was 7th, Magnificent Mia the race winner, Smiling in Heaven was 8th, Tobin's Dream 2nd, All About the Bat was 6th, Wise Moon 9th, Fractions 28-1, 57-4, 128-1, and the mile 157-4. In review, 453, 718, 269. Magnificent Mia paid 740. The exactor 152.40. The triactor 430.20. Superfecta carryover.
As we count down to Gold Cup and Saucer 66, HBI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card at Red Shores Charlottetown during the month of July will receive a ballot for a chance to win $666 and Gold Cup merchandise. Sign up for free at hbibet.com and play the horses at Red Shores. Race 2 up next. Now winners 2 races life. Here's a look at our selections for the upcoming second race. I'm at 3-2-6 post time picks. Likes a 3-2-5. Classifier's choice also with a 3-2-5 in here. My Pocket Rocket racing in that All-Star Cresting Trot Series. And that was a nice effort, 2 minutes 4/5 in his latest. So he is the one to beat in here. Currently even money on the board. Again, as we mentioned earlier, due to the hot weather, we are keeping the horses in the paddock a little longer, staying cool with the fans on, and they'll be out for post-parade momentarily.
Second race trotters on the track for the parade. Number 1, Mr. Old Home Week, owned by Gary McDonald, Ronnie Gass, and Tyson McDonald, trained by Lenny Myers out of Murner Drives. Little Arrow 2, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. My Pocket Rocket 3, owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, trained by Paul McDonald, Kenny Murphy drives. 4, Mile Hill Cash, owned by John Bro, Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison, Corey McPherson. 5, Magian Blazes, Jim Ripley from Amherst, Nova Scotia, the owner, trainer, and driver. Number 6, In Harmony, owned by Judy McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Jerry McDougall, Mark Campbell drives. 2 minutes to post time. Kurt is next with more on the Red Shores 20th anniversary giveaway.
This year marks the 20th anniversary of Red Shores Charlottetown, and we're celebrating in style. Customers who spend $20 or more on casino, racing, or dining at Red Shores Charlottetown will receive a ballot for a chance to win weekly prizes and the grand prize of $20,000 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Gold Cup and Saucer Night, August 16th. Okay, we're on the trot here for race 2. Non-winners at 2 races life. Non-winners a 1 race life draw inside my top play. My Pocket Rocket. 3-year-old gelding by E.L. Rocket, owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, and he's also the breeder. Paul McDonald is the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat, and this one, as I mentioned prior to post-break, charted mile last time out, 2 minutes, 4/5, closing quarter in 29 and 3. Prior to that, first start off the bench, another nice mile, 2:02 and 4, trotted home in 31 flat. Still looking for win number 1 of his career. Could get it here in his 3rd start of the 2025 campaign. 1-2 currently. Okay, Little Arrow from post 2. Jackie Heffernan of Somerville is the owner. Miles Heffernan in the driver's seat. That was a nice charted mile last time out for this one. 3-year-old colt by Whelan and Dealin, charted in 2:02. Closing quarter on that day was 30 and 1. Made some breaks prior to that, but had a nice qualifier as well in 2:03 and 2. Looked nice and flat last time out, so hopefully Little Arrow is on the straight and narrow here tonight, and minds his manner, stays on the trot because he's got some talent. Still looking for his first parimutuel win, and from post 2, he's got a shot with Heffernan in the seat. At 3-1, nice odds. Speaking of Miles Heffernan, he was in the driver's seat for this one's win last time out. In Harmony, 3-year-old colt by E.L. Rocket. Head post 3, got away 3rd, and ended up getting up for the win. There's a few breakers in that race. Heffernan, opportunistic trip, gets up for the win by a neck in 2:04 and 1. And from the outside here today, this one looks like he's on the straight and narrow as well off that qualifier in 2:04 and 4. Made a break prior to that, but last 2 trips, pretty nice. So Mark Campbell gets the call here tonight for trainer Gerald McDougall, and so I'm going to put In Harmony in for 3rd. I like a 3-2-6 in here. Good luck with your selections. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for race 2. Trotters on gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Mr. Old Home Week. Little Arrow, My Pocket Rocket, Mile Hill Cash. Magian Blazes In Harmony. A half a dozen trotting noses moving up to the starting gate here in the 2nd. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. And it will be a staggered start here in the 2nd. Little Arrow was on the gate, and he has the lead as they get into the turn. My Pocket Rocket is 2nd to get away 3rd. Magian Blazes at the rail fourth. Mr. Old Home Week has gone off stride. Up in between the horses, Mile Hill Cash, and on the outside, In Harmony. Up the backstretch for time one. They go to the opening quarter, led by Little Arrow and Miles Heffernan Sr. Racing from second is My Pocket Rocket. With them third, Magian Blazes. Fourth, that's Mile Hill Cash. Fifth is In Harmony. And in the backfield, Mr. Old Home Week, the trailer, and we're under an inquiry. Second race goes under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets, 30 and 3. The opening quarter mile. Little Arrow leading at the 5, racing by the 3/8 pole. That 2-hole ride, that belongs to My Pocket Rocket. Third on the cones is Magian Blazes. Tipping out from fourth, Mile Hill Cash. In Harmony, fifth. Mr. Old Home Week in the backfield. They're halfway home, led by Little Arrow. Getting that 2-hole ride is My Pocket Rocket. First up on the outside third, Mile Hill Cash, 101 and 2.5 mile. Racing from fifth is In Harmony. And the trailer, Mr. Old Home Week, they go by 5/8. Now they're en route to 3/4. They're continuing to chase Little Arrow. Racing from second, My Pocket Rocket on the outside. Mile Hill Cash third. With them in fourth, that's Magian Blazes. In Harmony, he goes fifth. And trailing sixth, Mr. Old Home Week. 3/4 in 1:32 and 2. They round the top turn for the final time. Down to an 8th lap to trot. Little Arrow still there. My Pocket Rocket coming to the outside for the stretch drive. Magian Blazes third. Deep stretch now. Little Arrow. My Pocket Rocket off the pocket trip will win for Kenny Murphy. Second, Little Arrow. Third, Magian Blazes. And the time for the mile in 2:02 and 2.
My Pocket Rocket was a pocket rocket here today. Perfect pocket ride by Kenny Murphy. Tracking along behind the two, Little Arrow through fractions of 30 and 3, 101 and 2, 3/4, 132 and 2. Heffernan kept backing in, and then he let Little Arrow roll around the last turn and down the stretch, but it wasn't enough as My Pocket Rocket gets up in the final strides to nail it here on the line. Closing quarter and 29 and change for the 3, My Pocket Rocket. Time of the mile, 2:02 and 2. A nice maiden breaking score on this 3-year-old gelding by E.L. Rocket. We'll see them back in the winner's circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a judge's inquiry involving the start. One of those 6 horses did have broken equipment, yet to be identified. But please retain your tickets here in the second race as the racing officials examine the start. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a general refund on number 6 In Harmony for broken equipment prior to the start. All monies wagered on 6 In Harmony in the second, there will be a refund. My Pocket Rocket arriving at the second race winner's circle, trotting back gelding 3 by E.L. Rocket from the Northern Bailey Dam, My Daisy Duke, a homebred of Jonathan McDonald from North Wiltshire. Trained by Paul McDonald, Kenny Murphy will guide him to victory and a maiden record of 2:02 My Pocket Rocket in the second.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from the second race. Mr. Old Home Week was 6, Little Arrow second. My Pocket Rocket, the race winner. Mile Hill Cash 5th. Magellan Blazes 3rd. In Harmony finished 4th and was refunded for broken equipment prior to the start. Fractions of 30 and 3, 101 and 2, 132 and 2, and the mile in 2:02 and 2. In review, 621. 534 refund. My Pocket Rocket paid $2.90. The Exactor $6. The Triactor $11.60. The Superfecta was $3.30. The Daily Double of 5 and 3 $13, and the Consolation Daily Double 5 and 6 $7.10. Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 6 tonight, we have a late scratch. Race 6, scratch number 3, Salisbrook Annie, she will not go. In the 6th race, we have a late scratch of number 3, Salisbrook Annie. If you advance wager, you will receive a refund at any par mutual window. Well, we have good and bad news regarding tonight's 50-50 draw. The bad news is the ticket never got turned in. The good news is that $1,015 going right into tonight's 50-50 pool. It's a good night. If you're right here at the driving park, they got a 50-50 ticket from your friends at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HBI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown Live Racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com and the new HBI rewards program for PEI.
Two-year-old filly pacers, non-winners of one race, are on parade here in the third. Woodmere Summer #1, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell driving. Made to Play #2 is owned by Jean LeBlanc from Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Trevor Hicken, Ryan DeRajab. She's All Lady #3, owned by Carly Ward from Charlottetown and Courtney Gallant of Stratford, trained by Mickey Gallant, Corey McPherson driving. 4, Redland Precious is scratched. 5 is Windermere Sky, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell drives. Fallon #6, owned by Not Too Stable of Cornwall, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Going for Blood #7, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Nobel Hanover #8, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. 2 minutes to post time. The $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer is slated for Saturday, August 16th, and proudly presented by title sponsor Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
18 and Tyler Moore in the Gold Cup and Saucer. It's Gimble and Paul McDonald. Gimble wins the Gold Cup and Saucer. Art Shark, Scott Giron in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Race 3 starters on track. 2-year-old fillies on track. Maiden fillies. There's my top play. Made to play from post 2. 2-year-old daughter by Shadow Play. Out of the American Ideal Dam, Rita Maid. This one is a sister to Huntsville Maid, who campaigns out of the Ashley Gamester stable. And this 2-year-old daughter had a really nice 2-year-old qualifier, finishing second by a half length to Always in Full Force. 2 minutes, 2/5. Take a look at that closing quarter. 28-1. Pretty snappy on the end of it for a qualifier. Made to play from post 2 here tonight. She'll be tough to beat off that qualifier. Currently 9-5. The 4 Redland Precious scratch, so the 6 Fallon gets to move in 1 spot on the wings. 2-year-old daughter by Somewhere Fancy out of the Roll with Joe Dam, All Lace. This one is a sister to All Sass. I think has a mark of 52. Pretty nice qualifier, 201 and 4, 28 and 3. Final panel out of the Adam Murner stable. Not too stable of Cornwall is the owner on this 2-year-old filly, and like I said, she gets a little help at the draw, moves in 1 spot now with the scratch of the 4, so moving into post 5 here tonight, so we'll see how she does. But off that qualifier, I have to think she could be part of this exactor play. 2-1 currently. And if you're playing the triactor, I like the filly on the rail, a 2-year-old daughter by Bet the Moon, owned by Dads Without Abs stable. Kyle Williams is the trainer. Paul Langell in the driver's seat, qualified in 2:04, 28 and 3. Final panel, spotted them 13 lengths at that soft half, and 102 and 1. Closed really well, only beaten 7.5 at the wire. So she's got a real good shot in here at 6-1. Seven freshman fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 3. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Woodmere Summer, made to play. She's All Lady. Windermere Sky, Fallon. Going for Blood, Nobel Hanover. Top of the stretch. Two-year-old filly pacers ready for a start. There they go, off end pacing, leaving out Made to Play to her outside, Windermere Sky. Then the third one into the turn is Woodmere Summer. Coming up fourth from the outside, Fallon. Then around the turn on the outside for fifth. That's Going for Blood. Away 6, She's All Lady. And then the trailer, Nobel Hanover on the backstretch for time 1. They're going to the opening quarter. Made to play, and Ryan DeRoche out in front. Racing from second, Windermere Sky. Third on the cones is Fallon. Then racing fourth is Woodmere Summer. Fifth, that's Going for Blood. Then in sixth, She's All Lady, trailing the field seventh. Nobel Hanover, they went 29 and 3 to open it up at the 3H pole. Made to play the fraction center. Getting that 2-hole trip is Windermere Sky. Third on the cones is Fallon. Racing from fourth and up with the leaders is Woodmere Summer. Back into fifth is Going for Blood. Then sixth is She's All Lady, and trailing seventh, Nobel Hanover. At the midway point, Made to Play got him there in 59 seconds flat. Right with that leader, second, Windermere Sky around the turn. Fallon, a racing third. Fourth is a Woodmere Summer. Then fifth, and going to the outside, that's Going for Blood. Sixth, She's All Lady, and the trailer, Nobel Hanover. 3/4 coming next. Made to Play getting them there. Windermere Sky, that textbook 2-hole ride. Fallon is tipping out from third. 3/4 in 1. 29 and 2. They round the turn for the final time. Made to Play turning down the home stretch. Windermere Sky on the outside second. Fallon third. Deep stretch now. Here's Windermere Sky to get there with Mark Campbell. Second is Made to Play. Third is Fallon. And the time for the mile, 1:57.4.
Great drive by Mark Campbell here, getting right in that 2-hole, following behind Made to Play. Fractions 29 and 3, half 59, 3/4 129 and 2, closing quarter in 28 and 2. And this filly, Windermere Sky, 2-year-old daughter by Somewhere Fancy, she closed a little better than that. What an impressive maiden breaking score for the 5. Windermere Sky and Campbell here in race 3.
Windermere Sky into the third race winner's circle. Back pacing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Somewhere Fancy. Off the Mr. Big Dam, How Mac Missy. A homebred of Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts and Mark Campbell. Makes her Power Mutual debut, a winning one. Excellent trip, 1:57.4. She closed it out her own quarter in 28 and 1. Windermere Sky in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results from the third race. Woodmere Summer fourth. Made to Play second. She's All Lady sixth. Redland Precious was scratched. Windermere Sky the race winner. Fallon finished third. Going for Blood fifth. Nobel Hanover seventh. They went 29 and 3, 59. 129 and 2, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, 426. Scratch 1357. Windermere Sky paid $850. The exactor $1620. The triactor paid $1060, and the superfecta $966.
The All-Star Handicap and Challenge returns to Red Shores for the month of July. Garnet Barnsdale, Melissa Keith, and Ken Workington will battle for top spot in the 4-week competition. Point totals will be updated on a weekly basis, and the winner will be crowned on Saturday, July 26th. Race 4 up next. There's a look at our selections. I'm going with a 1-5-4 in here. Post time picks. That's Peter McFelix at 1-2-5, and the classifier's choice is 5-2-1. We're about 5 away from race 4. The horses will be making their way out of the paddock and onto the track for post parade in just a moment.
fourth race on post for 8, Cinnamon Swirls, number 1, owned by Stacy Darrow from Stratford, Muriel McLeod of St. Charles. Stacy is the trainer. Corey McPherson drives. Moonbound is 2, owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. Red Dirt Legacy number 3 is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, Miles Heffernan Jr., the trainer driver. Century Larissa 4, owned by Tommy Caldings of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes, driven by Brady Sweet. Pop the Pin number 5, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Sandhill Spirit 6, owned by Bobby and Brian McKay of Stanley Bridge, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 minutes to post time. Curtis back with details on the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw.
That's right, Vance. If you don't cash your tickets, not to worry. We have the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draws. It's back here at Red Shores on live race days in Charlottetown. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table for 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Saturday, August 2nd. Race 4 starters on track. Cinnamon Swirls going to put her on top here tonight. 3-year-old daughter by Peng Shui, owned by Stacy Dara of Stratford and Muriel McLeod of St. Charles PEI. Stacy's the trainer, and Corey McPherson's in the driver's seat tonight. Mark Campbell was in the seat last time out from post 8, got away 7 by 11 at the half, rallied to finish 4th. Corey was in the seat prior to that, though, and she raced good for Corey. She hit the ticket in 5 straight starts. So 5 top 3 finishes for Corey. Could be another one here tonight from the rail. She closed in 29 flat last time out, 28-3 prior to that. And take a look at that closing quarter 3 starts back, 28-2. So she'll be tough to beat from post 1 and currently 2-5. There's the 5, Pop the Pin. David McDonald of Belfast is the owner. Ashley Gamester training. And Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. That was a nice 2-hole ride last time out for Pop the Pin. Ended up finishing second and behind Lila Berry. Race time 59-3, 29-4. Final panel. Had poor drawing luck prior to that. 2 7-holes in post 5 and then post 8. 5 starts back. So moved inside to post 3 last time out and had a perfect pocket ride and ended up with the 2. So from post 5 here tonight, off that confidence building second place finish last week, I have to think Pop the Pin could be second best again here tonight in race 4. Currently 5-1. All right, we're getting close here in race 4. If you're playing the triactor, Century Larissa, this is a really good-looking filly by Big Jim. A big strapping filly on the track. Nice way of going, too. Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart is the owner, and Jeff Holmes, the trainer. Had post 7 last week and ended up 3rd on the outside at the quarters. Sat 3rd, ended up 6th. Race timed in 2:01. Race timed 58-4 prior to that at Georgian Downs. So making the second start here at Red Shores. Have to be a little better, I think, in her second start in the powerful Jeff Holmes stable, batting .410 this year. So I think Sweet and Holmes could hit the ticket with this good-looking daughter by Big Jim. Currently 11-1. Countdown clock ticking away here in race 4. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion. Race 4 starters are on gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Cinnamon Swirls, Moonbound, Red Dirt Legacy. Century Larissa, Pop the Pin, Sandhill Spirit. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Century Larissa and Moonbound leave out. Third into the turn, Red Dirt Legacy. Cinnamon Swirls away fourth. Then the fifth one, Pop the Pin, and the trailer, Sandhill Spirit. At the eighth pole, that's Century Larissa by 2.5. Make it 3 as they go to the quarter. In line to Brady Sweet. Second, that is Moonbound. Racing from third is Red Dirt Legacy. Cinnamon Swirls goes fourth. Fifth is Pop the Pin. Trailing six, Sandhill Spirit. Loose on the lead here in the early going. Century Larissa up at 27 and 4. Opener. Boom! Just like that, she fired up, and I did not see it coming in here. And it's Century Larissa, the leader. Closing up from second is Moonbound. Back into third, Red Dirt Legacy. Fourth is Cinnamon Swirls. Then in fifth is Pop the Pin. And the trailer, Sandhill Spirit. They arrived at the midway point in 57 and 4. Around the paddock turn they go, arriving at 5/8. Century Larissa the lead down to 1. Moonbound right on her back and coming to the outside. Up into third is Cinnamon Swirls. Up to take over fourth. Pop the Pin. Backpedaling fifth, Red Dirt Legacy, Sandhill Spirit. On the outside, the trailer. By the 3/4, new leader, Moonbound. Cinnamon Swirls now on the outside. Dropping back third, that is Century Larissa. Pop the Pin fourth, Sandhill Spirit fifth. Red Dirt Legacy 6, 128 and 4, the 3/4. Down the home stretch now. Moonbound at the rail. Cinnamon Swirls has taken over late on the wire next. It is Cinnamon Swirls to double up Corey McPherson. Moonbound second. Pop the Pin is third. And the time for the mile in 1:58.3.
The 4 Century Larissa fired up early for Sweet, getting to the quarter. Big quarter here tonight, 27 and 4. Big half as well, 57 and 4, and she paid the price and got a little tired in the back half of the mile, but rallying late was the 1 Cinnamon Swirls. Corey's been getting along great with this mare. As I mentioned prior to the race, 5 on the board finishes. Last 4 times he drove her, she finished in the top 3 each and every time. And so tonight they put it all together and got up for the maiden breaking win. Nice trip too, 158 and 3 for Cinnamon Swirls here in the 4th.
Well, Willard could be a little winded after doing the center field sprint to the winner's circle tonight. As Cinnamon Swirls arrives at the winner's circle, Bay Pacing Filly, 3-year-old daughter of Peng Shui, off the Articulator Dam, Hamax Princess, owned by Stacy Dara of Stratford and Muriel McLeod of St. Charles. Bred by Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Stacy Dara. Corey McPherson's second winner. He'll guide the filly to a maiden record of 158 and 3. Cinnamon Swirls in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results in the fourth. Cinnamon Swirls the winner. Moonbound second. Red Dirt Legacy sixth. Century Larissa fifth. Pop the Pin third. Sandhill Spirit fourth. 27-4. 57-4. 128 and 4. And the mile 158 and 3. In review, it's 126. 534. Cinnamon Swirls 290. Exactor 640. Triactor 1540. Superfecta 782.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout. And customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside. Super High Five time coming up in the upcoming 5th race. Okay, I mentioned earlier, due to the hot weather outside, the horses have been remaining in the paddock. I announced that we would just do it for the first 4 races, but it's still pretty warm outside, and so they're going to continue on, keeping the horses in the paddock nice and cool with the fans on until race 7. So judge yourself accordingly when you're placing your wagers. And I do see movement in the paddock, so the horses are out, making their way out to the track. Post parade is next for the 5th.
Two-year-olds for the 5th race, featuring the Super High Five. They're on parade. Number 1, Starship Sundancer, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts. Harold Shepard drives. Basho number 2, owned by Cam McPhee, David O'Brien, and Gordon McPhee. David O'Brien is the trainer. Adam Murner drives. Can't Catch Pepper, the 3, owned by Doug McPhee of New Haven, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Bradley. I'm a Country Girl number 4, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. All Bets on Lee number 5, owned by Karina Acoin from Fatima, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan. 6 Hatchling is scratched. Number 7 is Redland Rain, owned by Windermere Farms, Clyde Balderson. The R&B Stables and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Earl Watson, driven by Gilles Barrio. Number 8 is Serenity Now, owned by Kurt Hughes of Alexandra, trained by Ashley Gameser and driven by Jason Hughes. 2 minutes to post time, and Kurt, you and I come up with our selections in the first Super High Five on this Thursday night at the driving park, and we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. In the 5th, Kurt, I went to the 3, Can't Catch Pepper. She was very impressive in her baby race where she went off to the front to win in 2 minutes 4/5. But that 28-2 closing kicker stands out for me. She looked good. I'll pick her tonight, and the punters are right on board. I'm going to the 1, the Starship Dancer, who had a solid qualifier. She marched right out of there, was on top of the quarter at 30-2, paced the closing quarter 29 seconds flat. So that old veteran Harold Shepard in the bike, and I'll use him off of the rail in my Super High Five. Going to go to 2, Basho to finish 3rd for Triactor Players. Had a solid qualifier for O'Brien, now gets Murner. I'm going to your filly on the outside, Serenity Now. She had a good qualifier, Mr. Hughes. She was picking them up, putting them down in the late going. She's on the outside. If she'd have been a little closer, I'd probably used her up tighter. And I'll close it out with the 4, I'm a Country Girl, and Bim Ford. I'm going 3-1-2-8-4. Kurt, your choices.
Well, Vance, we don't talk beforehand, but I'm matching strides. I like a 3-1-2-8-4 for all the reasons you mentioned. Can't Catch Pepper comes from a pretty nice family. We know her full sister so much more. Millionaire pacer. So high hopes for the 3, Can't Catch Pepper and Bradley here in race 3 or in race 5. They have post 3, so she will be tough to beat, as you mentioned, off that qualifier in 2 minutes 4/5 closing quarter 28-2. And Mark Bradley, he was the driver on So Much More, giving her early lessons here at Red Shores. So nice to see him on board for the spin aboard this 3-horse in this race. I like the 1, Starship Sundancer, the 2, Basho. My filly, going to throw her in there for 4th, and then I'm going to close it out with I'm a Country Girl and Keith Ford. So Vance and I, we are matching strides in our Super High Five tickets. Good luck with yours here in the 5th. maiden 2-year-old fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 5th race. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Starship Sundancer, Basho, Can't Catch Pepper, I'm a Country Girl, All Bets on Lee, Redland Rain, Serenity Now, top of the stretch. Two-year-old filly Pacers approaching a start. Off and racing. Fancy Stepping was the 3. Can't Catch Pepper getting out. Up the rail, it's Starship Sundancer to lead him. Basho is second. Then the third one into the turn. I'm a Country Girl. Fancy Stepping outside of fourth. That was All Bets on Lead. Then in fifth is Can't Catch Pepper. Sixth is Redland Rain and Serenity Now the trailer. On the backstretch, Starship Sundancer's lead short-lived. Here's Basho and Adam Murner to take over as they move by the quarter. Second is Starship Sundancer. I'm a Country Girl's in third. Fourth up the rail, that is Can't Catch Pepper. They went 29 and 3 to the quarter. All Bets on Lee goes fifth. Then in sixth, Redland Rain trailing the field. That is Serenity Now. Straight alignment as they move towards the half mile. Basho by 2 on Starship Sundancer. I'm a Country Girl third. In fourth is Can't Catch Pepper, and she's going to the outside. Following her out fifth, that is All Bets on Lee. On the outside is Redland Rain, and going up the rail, Serenity Now, 59 and 2 was the half. They're arriving at 5/8. Basho by 2 on Sundance Skipper. On the outside, third is Can't Catch Pepper. In at the rail, fourth, I'm a Country Girl. Serenity Now, fifth. Then in sixth, Redland Rain, and the trailer off stride. All Bets on Lee. They're at the three-quarters. Basho the leader. Starship Sundancer on the outside, coming to call and take over. I'm a Country Girl now third. Fourth on the outside. Can't Catch Pepper. The three-quarters in 1:30. And 1. They're homeward bound. Starship Sundancer on the outside, the leader. Basho now second. I'm a Country Girl. Serenity Now on the far outside is coming late on the wire. Starship Sundancer for Harold Shepard. Serenity Now from out of the cloud second. Basho held third. 2 minutes flat.
I was talking on Canada Day with Uncle Harold Shepard about this filly. He said she's got a lot of talent. She can get revved up, so he drove her perfectly here, covered her up, and angled out in the later portion of the mile and down the stretch under a hand drive. The 1, Starship Sundancer, picks up the maiden breaking victory. Another good, talented daughter by Somewhere Fancy as she scores in 2 minutes flat. My filly race really good from off the pace. She closed up to finish second, but it's the veteran Harold Shepard and Starship Sundancer to win the 5th.
It's the first crop of former Gold Cup and Saucer winners somewhere fancy to hit the track here in 2025. And they're hitting the winner's circle quite regular here in the early going for the 2-year-old. Starship Dancer is the 5th race winner. Bay Pacing Philly, the 2-year-old daughter of Somewhere Fancy, off the Camelot Hall Dam Romance in Camelot. A homebred of Claude Portier. Earl Watts has the training double. Harold Shepard in the driver's seat, guiding her to a maiden record of 2 minutes. Starship Sundancer in the super high 5.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results in race 5. Starship Sundancer, the winner. Basho, 3rd. Can't Catch Pepper was 6th. I'm a Country Girl, 4th. All Bets on Lee was 7th. Hatchling was scratched. Redland Rain finished 5th. Serenity now 2nd. Fractions of 29 and 3, 59 and 2. 130 and 1, and the mile 2 minutes. In review, 136. 4-7 scratched, 5-2. Starship Sundancer paid $16 to win. The exactor $315.70. The triactor $641.50. The super high 5 will be carried over to race number 13.
The birthplace of Confederation Series, sponsored by the City of Charlottetown, returns to Red Shores for the 2025 racing season. This year, the series is named in honor of Harris Johnston and will take place during Gold Cup week. The eliminations are scheduled for August 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August 16th. Okay, you can see our selections for the upcoming 6th race. Going to go with the 6th Lorne Valley Barb. I'm going to throw the 1 in there, Rosie All Over, making first start on the Lasix program, and then I'm going to go right next door to Elm Grove, Nancy. So 6-1-2 for me. Post time picks likes the 6 and the 2 as well. Classifier's choice going with the 6 and 4 in here. Unfortunately, the 3 was a late scratch, and so they couldn't change their selections, but I could change mine. So again, I'm going 6-1-2 here in race 6. Horses are moving in the paddock. Post parade is next.
On the 6 days post parade, number 1, Rosie All Over. Carson Wilkie of Stratford is the owner and the trainer. Ryan DeRoss drives. 2, Elm Grove Nancy, owned by Tyler Neal of Winslow, trained by Darrell Neal. Kenny Murphy drives. 3, Salisbrook Annie was a late scratch. Here's the 4, MD's Girl, owned by Douglas and David Neal. Keith Ford and Ben Matheson, trained by Keith Ford, driven by Miles Heffernan. 5, J.J. Kinley, Von Doyle, training and driving for owner Darla J., Charlottetown. 6 is Lorne Valley Barb, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan. Miles Heffernan Jr. trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. The Governor's Plate eliminations are set for Sunday, July 13th, followed by the $50,000 final on Saturday, July 19th. Thank you to Warren Ellis and title sponsor Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Hillary on top. Hillary wins the Governor's Plate. Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate. Walter Simmons, it's your time. Bugsy McGuire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Race 6 starters on track. Scratch down to a field of 5. Lorne Valley Barb gets a little help on the draw with the scratch of the 3. Moving into post 5. Young Miles Heffernan in the seat for owner Barry Peter McLeod of Cardigan. Lorne Valley Barb was a winner for Heffernan. I believe that was his first career driving win, maybe. I have to go back and look at that, but he was a winner with her in 59, 29, and 1 final panel. That was at the 701 level. Jumped up to the numbers 1001 last 4 over the last 4 starts prior to that race last week, and picked up 3 checks in a row. And then last time out at the 701 level, head post 5, got away 6, ended up 5th race time 58-4. Pretty good closing quarters up and down her card. Drops down here to the bottom level now when there's 401. I think he's going to be pretty aggressive off the wings and probably lead gate to wire. She's definitely the one to beat at 1-2. Okay, there's a look at the one. Rosie all over. Carson Wilkie of Stratford is the owner, trainer. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat was a good fourth. 2 starts back, ended up DQ'd to 6, but a nice race time, 2 minutes 3/5, and that was over the track in Summerside. And the last time out at Post 3 ended up 8 by 14, race time to 2:02 and 3. So they put her on the Lasix program. And so from the rail here tonight, if Ryan gets her off the gate well and gets her covered up, maybe sitting in the top 2 or 3, she could hit the ticket at 4-1.
Updating the 50-50 on tonight's program. Right now, $2,100 going to go to the winner. Still time to get in, but time is running out. Get your 50-50 draw ticket, right now valued at $2,100 to the winner.
Okay, race 6 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, got some friends visiting from the Toronto area. Karis and Jaden, don't worry, Heather, they're in good hands. They're at the driving park in Charlottetown, and they're going to watch the race from the best house in the seat. Here comes the 6th. Post time. Rosie all over. Elm Grove Nancy. MD's girl. JJ Kinley. Lorne Valley Barb. Well back. Leaving JJ Kinley. And there they go. Up and pacing towards the rail. The first one out. Rosie all over. From the outside, Lorne Valley Barb is going to have the lead as they round the turn. And a 2-length advantage at the 8th pole. Rosie all over got away second. Elm Grove Nancy third. Fourth, that is MD's girl. And the trailer, that is J.J. Kinley along the backstretch. Short field of 5, but they're strung out at the opening quarter. Lorne Valley Barb and Miles Jr. by 4 open. 27-4. And the rookie driver got a boom. Just like that on the front end. Lorne Valley Barb all alone here. Rosie all over is second. Elm Grove Nancy third. Fourth is MD's girl, the trailer. That is J.J. Kinley. They're halfway home. At least Lorne Valley Barb, she's halfway home on a mission in here. Second is Rosie all over. Third, that's Elm Grove Nancy, MD's girl. Fourth, J.J. Kinley. Fifth, check it out, 56. and 1 opening half mile. Bottom condition, racing to 3/4 on a mighty good clip, and it's all Lorne Valley Barb, the leader. Second is Rosie All Over. Elm Grove Nancy tipping out third. MD's Girl fourth. Fifth is J.J. Kinley. 3/4 in the books. Lorne Valley Barb got him there in 1:25 and 4. She's all alone with an 8th left to go. Rosie All Over second. Elm Grove Nancy third. MD's Girl is fourth. And J.J. Kinley fifth. Down the stretch she comes. That is Lorne Valley Barb on the lead for Miles Jr. She led all the way. Win by open lengths. Rosie All Over held second. Elm Grove Nancy third. 1:56.2.
Well, she was much the best on paper, and she was much the best on the track here tonight. Lorne Valley Barb, she dropped some pops here for young Miles Heffernan. He's been doing a great job driving so far this year. It's his rookie season, and he had a big win with Tony Tutal a couple weeks ago. Had a win aboard this mare a few weeks ago as well. And tonight, Jiggy jogged here aboard the 6th Lorne Valley Barb through fractions 27 and 4, half 56 and 1, 125 and 4 to the 3/4. He stops the clock in 156 and 2. Heffernan sitting chilly in the bike down the lane aboard Lorne Valley Barb. The 1 in there for second, Rosie All Over, and the 2 Elm Grove Nancy is third. So it's 6-1-2 unofficially here in race 6.
Lorne Valley Barb is in the 6th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare, she's 8th by Articulator from the Pro Bono Best M, J.J. Takor, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, bred by Jerry McDougall and Kevin McLeod. Miles Heffernan Jr. trains and drives and put her on top at every call. She's gone right to her record tonight, 156 and 2. Lorne Valley Barb and Miles Jr. deliver in the 6th. Now the official results in the 6th. Rosie All Over second. Elm Grove Nancy third. Salzburg Annie scratched. MD's Girl fourth. J.J. Kinley fifth. Lorne Valley Barb the race winner. They went 27 and 4. 56 and 1, 125 and 4, and the mile 156 and 2. From the top, your program reads 2-3 scratch, 4-5-1. Lorne Valley Barb 210. The exactor 530, triactor 1310, superfecta was a $1.54. Seventh race on post for 8, number 1, Majayan Salsas, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Jim Ripley. Kenny Murphy drives. 2, Glider Man, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, Miles Heffernan. Number 3 is Kirad. Ryan DeRoche of Clyde River is the owner and the driver. Shayna Toll trains. Giant Tango number 4, Jim Ripley training and driving for owner Mary Lee Ripley, Amherst, Nova Scotia. 5 is Rocket Blast, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Jess or Jessica number 6, Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge owns and trains. David Dowling drives. 2 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And in tonight's first race, we kick things off with Magnificent Mia on the bridle change. Can't see back to blinkers. Corey McPherson put her right on the front end. 28-1, half 57-4, 128 1 3/4, and she hangs on for that narrow victory in 157-4 over a hard-charging Tobin Stream and Wire Blue Chip. Finished her 5.73 try, paid a nice one at $430.20. And then in race 2, there was chalk choice winning here. The My Pocket Rocket from a pocket trip. Kenny Murphy in the seat for the maiden break and score. The 3-year-old gelding by E.L. Rocket gets it done in 2:02 and 2. The 2 Little Arrow put up all the fractions for Heffernan and finished second, and the 5 Magian Blazes and Jim Ripley finished third. 3.25 try, paid $11.60. And then in race 3, we had 2-year-old fillies, freshman fillies, and we had a really good-looking daughter by Somewhere Fancy. Mark Campbell gave her a perfect steer sitting in the 2 holes. She pops pocket at the top of the stretch, going to go right on by, 157-4. Made to play, put up the early fractions for Ryan DeRoche. She raced good to finish second, and finishing third was Fallon. So it was a 5.26 try in race 3. Windermere Sky getting it done at 8.50 on the nose, and the try paid $10.60. And then in race 4, Cinnamon Swirl. She's been knocking on the door over the last 6 weeks, and she finally breaks through with a win here. Corey drove her great, getting away mid-pack. Big fractions put up early by the 4 Century Larissa, 27-4, half 57-4, and Cinnamon Swirls and McPherson pick up the pieces in the stretch, 158-3. It was a maiden breaking victory for the 1 Cinnamon Swirls. 125 try, paid $15.40. And then in race 5, we had another class of 2-year-old fillies, and this time it went to another daughter of Somewhere Fancy. So Somewhere Fancy sweeps the 2-year-old maidens here tonight. Starship Sundancer, driven perfectly by Harold Shepard. She gets up for the win in 2 minutes. Serenity Now, my filly, raced well to flying home for second. Basho third. The 4 I'm a Country Girl fourth, and Redland Rain was fifth. But there is a super high 5 carry-o. 18247 didn't go in race 5, so that'll carry over to race 13. And then in race 6, we just watched young Miles Heffernan and Lorne Valley Barb. We were scratched down to a field of 5. Heffernan put her right on the front. She was much the best on paper, and she was much the best in the race. 27-4, half 56-1, 3/4 125-4, and she stops the clock in 156-2, right to her record. 6-1-2 try, paid $13.10, and that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. back on the trot for race 7. All eyes on the 5, Rocket Blast. He is the chalk choice as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Majayan Salsa, Glider Man Kirod. Majayan Tango Rocket Blast and Jesse Jessor Jessica. Top of the stretch. Trotters in the 7th approaching a start. The rough and trotting leaving out Rocket Blast and Glider Man. Third to the turn, Majayan Tango. From the outside, Jesse Jessor Jessica fourth. Curad is 5th, and along the rail, Majayan Salsa trails as they arrive at the 8th pole, led by Glider Man and Miles Heffernan Sr. Rocket Blast away 2nd. On the outside, Jesse Jessor Jessica coming from 3rd. Up with the leaders 4th, Majayan Tango. The tardy starters are at the back. They're Curad and Majayan Salsa. 29 seconds flat, open it up, and off stride goes Jesse Jessor Jessica. Arriving at the 3/8 pole, Glider Man the leader on Rocket Blast. Racing from 3rd, that is Majayan Tango. 4th on the cones is Curad, then 5th Majayan Salsa. In the backfield, Jesse Jessor Jessica, the trailer. They're halfway home. Glider Man at long odds is the midway point leader. Rocket Blast 2nd, then in 3rd. That's Majayan Tango, 58 and 3.5. Racing from 4th is Gerard. Majayan Salsa 5th. Jesse Jessor Jessica trails up the backstretch for time 2. En route to 3/4, Glider Man the leader. Rocket Blast is 2nd. On the outside, Majayan Tango coming 3rd. 4th on the outside, Majayan Salsa. Then in 5th, Curad. And the trailer, Jesse Jessor Jessica, the 3/4 in 1. 2:29 and 1. They're trotting around the top turn for the final time. 3 wide with an 8 left to go. Glider Man still there. Majayan Tango. Rocket Blast on the far outside. Poised for the stretch drive. And they're in deep. Stretch now. And Majayan Tango and Jim Ripley will upset them. 2nd, that'll go to Rocket Blast. 3 of them across the track in a show photo. 1:58.4.
Well, if you were tuning in last week, you would have saw Majayan Tango. I mentioned to mark that one down for next week because Jim Ripley and Majayan Tango were running over them in the stretch. Just nowhere to go last time out. Ended up 5th, but tonight, perfect drive by Ripley, and they're going to get up for the win. Nice trip here tonight, too. 1:58 and 4 is the mile. They get up to the quarter, 29 flat, half 58 and 3, 129 and 1. Glider Man leading the way, but Jim Ripley and Majayan Tango, the veteran, the 11-year-old veteran by Ted the Stud, gets up for the W over the chalk choice Rocket Blast, who was flying late for McPherson, but too late. The 4 gets the job done. 5 is 2nd. The 1 is 3rd. So 4-5-1 unofficially here in race 7.
The Giant Tango in the 7th race winner's circle, trotting brown gelding. He's 11 by Ted the Stud. Off the Dancer's Victory Dam, Ask Me to Dance, a homebred of Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim Ripley training and driving. Time for the mile in 1:58 and 4. The Giant Tango upsets the 7th. Now the official results in race 7, Majian Salsa 3rd. Glider Man 4th, Curad 5th. Majian Tango the race winner. Rocket Blast was 2nd. Jassy Jassor Jessica finished 6th. Fractions of 29, 58 and 3, 129 and 1, and the mile 158 and 4. In review 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 6. Majian Tango paid $23.90 to win. The exactor $130.90. The triactor $403.20. Superfecta carryover.
Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada. For nearly three decades, RCS Construction has been delivering high-quality projects in commercial, retail, hospitality, and industrial sectors. RCS is proud to help shape our communities with authentic and reliable construction solutions. Last call for 50-50. The 50-50 tonight carry over from our last racing day, over 2,400 to the winner. So see Tracy, Betty, or Heather to get a ticket. 2,400 right now and counting to the winner in our 50-50 draw.
Eighth race on Post Parade, Promise Me Later, number 1, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling drives. Windermere Sadie, 2, is owned by Shane Essen, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skirman. Trained by Saul Lanigan, Mark Campbell drives. Tall Dark Latte 3 is owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Topville Angelina 4 is owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Cheryl Smallman. Trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio drives. Ms. Maddie P, number 5, owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Todd is the trainer, driven tonight by Adam Murner. Ace 44 Dome is number 6, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. 3 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Lake Pick 4 starts on race 10 tonight, featuring the $1,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout.
Okay, race 8 starters on track. Filly Mares now winner 16:01 in the last 4. Tall Dark Latte, 3-year-old daughter by Tall Dark Stranger. She's reeled off 2 in a row, and she just Brody's been doing a great job with her, covering her up for most of her starts, and then until the last couple of weeks where he has unleashed her on the front end, and she has not disappointed. A winner by 4 1/4 2 weeks ago in 56, and then last time out she was a wire-to-wire winner again in 58-2 over the track in Inverness in the Phil Pinckney Stakes. She was a dominant winner, 28-1. She closed it out. Redland Farms has to be pretty happy with this filly throughout her sophomore campaign. Even last year, she was really good. 8 for 9 in the top 3, and then this year 6 for 7 in the top 3. I was talking to Brody about this filly, and he really likes her. Tom Weatherby doing a great job training her as well. So Tall Dark Latte, I'm going to put her on top, and she's paying a good price right now at 7-2. Tall Dark Latte, the sophomore filly, going up against some aged mares and some nice mares too. Look at this mare. Last time out, she had post 2, identical post to tonight, and she wired the field in 54-4. It was an incredible effort. It was the trip of her life. It was her 10th career win, and she's never been better than she was last week. So Windermere Sadie definitely has a great shot in here. Shane Essen of New Brunswick, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skirman share ownership on this mare. Saul's the trainer, and Mark Campbell, the regular pilot, is back in the seat tonight. She looks revved up off that win. Mark Campbell scoring her down right now, and she is right on the bit. So she'll be tough to beat again this week at 6-5. Promise Me Later, another one with good gate speed in this race. This should be a real good race going into that first turn. R. Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Donald Walsh, they share ownership on Promise Me Later. Jen Doyle trains. David Dowling in the driver's seat. Had post 7, 2 starts back, got roughed up. First up, ended up 5th. And then last time out on the outside again from post 4, ended up 6th, beaten 9 1/4 lengths. Race time in 57 and 4. But prior to that, she's been a front-end winner in 4 of the 5 starts prior to that. She made a break, interference break, 4 starts back, took herself out of the race, but she reeled off a few wins in a row. And so with the pole position here tonight, I have to think Dowling's going to be pretty aggressive and want a spot up close or on the lead. And so I'm going to put her in for 3rd on my ticket, 3-1 currently on the 1. Promise Me Later. This is a really good group of mares. Topville Angelina, Ace 44 Dome in here as well. Excellent group lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Promise Me Later, Windermere Sadie, Tall Dark Latte, Topville Angelina, Ms. Maddie P. and H44 Dome at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing at the rail. Promise Me Later, the first one out. Windermere Sadie alongside Tall Dark Latte will get away 3rd. Then in 4th, Topville Angelina. Miss Maddie P is 5th. And the trailer, Ace 44 Dome. That's a programmed order start. Promise Me Later, and Dowling out in front going to the quarter. Windermere Sadie is 2nd. Tall Dark Latte are racing 3rd. 4th on the inside is Topville Angelina. Then in 5th, Miss Maddie P. And the trailer, that is Ace 44 Dome. They went 29 and 1 to the opening quarter. They're straight alignment as they round the top turn, approaching 3/8. In control, Promise Me Later. 2-hole ride, Windermere Sadie racing 3rd is Tall Dark Latte. Topville Angelina goes 4th. 5th is Miss Maddie P. Ace 44 Dome continuing to trail. No movement for a half a mile. Promise Me Later, the midway point leader in 58 and 2. Consecutive 29 and 1 splits. They're over to the 5/8 and they're still in straight alignment. Promise Me Later will take them to 3/4. Windermere Sadie 2nd. She's going to the outside right now. 3rd at the rail, Tall Dark Latte. 4th, that is Topville Angelina. Up on the outside is Ace 44 Dome 5th. Now the trailer, Ms. Maddie P. They're by 3/4. Promise Me Later is still there. 1:28 flat. On the outside hanging, Windermere Sadie up the rail, Tall Dark Latte running out of room, and they turn for home, led by Promise Me Later. Tall Dark Latte on the outside, finding some room late. On the wire next, Promise Me Later, Tall Dark Latte. Promise Me Later all the way with Dowling. 2nd is Tall Dark Latte. Up the inside 3rd, Topville Angelina. 1:56 and a 1.
Well, she's tough to beat on the front end. Just look at her chart lines. And tonight, Dowling using the rail to his advantage. He put Promise Me Later right on the front end. 29 and 1. Soft opening quarter. Soft opening half for this group. 58 and 2. Even the third quarter was soft. 128. And the 2 pulled pocket, Windermere Sadie. That left room for the 3 to scoot up the cones. Tall Dark Latte. Brody's been driving her great, keeping her covered up until the final 8th here tonight. He moves out, takes his shot late in the mile, but not enough. Promise Me Later goes the distance on the front end. 156 and 1, right to her record. Tall Dark Latte with a close second, and Topville Angelina up there for third for Barrios. So 1-3-4 unofficially here in the 8th.
Promise Me Later arriving at the 8th race winner's circle by pacing mare 4 by Articulator from the Western Ideal Dam, Promise Me Hanover. On by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh, bred by Garth Cole of Kensington. Trained by Jennifer Doyle and driven to victory by David Dowling. Time for the mile in 156 and 1, right to her record. Promise Me Later wires the 8th. Here's the official results in race 8. Promise Me Later, the winner. Windermere Sadie, 4th. Tall Dark Latte was 2nd. Topville Angelina, 3rd. Miss Maddie P was 6th. Ace 44 Dome finished 5th. 29 and 1. 58 and 2. 128. And the mile 156 and 1. In review, 142. 365. Promise Me Later paid $670. The exactor $1770. Triactor $60.30. And the superfecta $17.68.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. Okay, race 9 coming up next. You'll see Heather's Pet in here with the LTBA. That's lines to be announced. Raced on July 1st, Canada Day in Summerside. Head post 8, got away 8 by 10 at the quarter, 8 by 9 and a quarter on the outside at the half, 8 by 11 on the outside at the 3/4 pole, 8 by 12 at the top of the stretch. Ended up 7th, not rated mile because they had power disruptions all afternoon there in Summerside. So there is no time on the mile for Heather's Pet. Corey McPherson was in the seat. So again, this one was 7th with a not rated mile on Canada Day in Summerside.
Southern Heart is on the 9th race post parade, owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson driving. Heather's Pet 2 is owned, trained, and driven by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Skipper Cross 3, owned by Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Halmack Jazzy Girl number 4, owned by Ryan, Tyler, and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl does the training, driven by Stephen Murphy. 5 Stealing Bases, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Jackie Matheson. Mark Campbell up. Havarti 6, owned by Chantel Langell of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell is the trainer-driver. 2 minutes to post time. Thank you to Northumberland Ferries for their continued support of the harness racing industry on Prince Edward Island.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, race 9 starters on track. Running out of time to get a ticket here in this 9th race. Howmack Jazzy Girl. Just playing a hunch here. Going to throw her on top of the ticket. She raced well here for Steve Murphy last time out. They had the rail. Got away 3 by 5 1/4 at the quarter, and then just put the pedal to the metal. Got to the front, and then ended up getting a little tired late in the stretch. But race time 57-3. It was a really nice trip. And the start prior to that was a pretty good one as well, where she rallied from out the pace to be only beaten a length at the finish. Race time 58-3, 29-1 final panel. Gets a little class relief, drops down 1 level here to the 701s. Good starting spot from post 4. Steve gets along great with this mare, so I'm going to put her on top. Now she is the choice at 8-5. I thought we'd get a little maybe 7-2 action on her, but right now she's 8-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to check those 50-50 draw tickets on this Thursday night. It's valued at $2,560. The winning number is R1329735. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $2,560 R1329735. Good luck.
Okay, it's post time for race 9. Starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Southern Heart, Heather's Pet Skip Across. Howmack Jazzy Girl stealing bases. Have Artie. Top of the stretch. Ninth race, approaching a start. Rough and pacing along the rails. Southern Heart will lead him out. Heather's Pet second. Skip Across third. Stealing bases fourth. Fifth is Howmack Jazzy Girl. Have Artie on the outside six as they move round the turn and arriving at the opening eighth. Unfamiliar territory is Southern Heart. Right on the choo-choo this night, and she's at long odds. Second, that's Heather's Pet, another long shot. Then in third, Skip Across, racing from fourth, stealing bases. Have Artie fifth, then the trailer. That's Hamac Jazzy Girl 29 and won the opening quarter. Southern Hearts a fraction setter for Corey McPherson. Heather's Pet, the two-hole ride, skip across third. That is stealing bases fourth. Fifth, along the inside, have Hardy. Then the trailer, Hamac Jazzy Girl. They approach the midway point, led by Southern Heart. She's halfway home. Here's Skip Across coming first up. Racing third in the pocket is Heather's Pet. Second over in the outside fourth is stealing bases. 59 and 3 was the half mile. Just 30 and 2 in the second stanza. 3/8 of a mile to go. That is Southern Heart, the leader on Skip Across. Heather's Pet riding the rail third. Stealing bases. They're on the outside fourth. Moving up fifth. Hamac Jazzy Girl trailing six. Have are they 3 in, 3 out. The 3/4 up. In 128 and 3, Southern Heart is still there. From the outside, grinding away, Skip Across, stealing bases, sent 3 wide from third. Heather's Pet fourth. Hamac Jazzy Girl, have Hardy set the camera up. They're across the track in here. On the wire next, here's stealing bases in line to Mark Campbell to win. Southern Heart held second, Skip Across third. 1:57.4.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 9. Soft opening half, 29-1 half, just 59 and 3 for Southern Heart. McPherson on the front end. Stealing bases paced a pretty nice back half here. The back half of the race was 58 and 1, and hers was a little better than that. Campbell tips off cover, and away she goes down the stretch, and she gets up for the win here. 157 and 4 for the 5. Stealing bases. Southern Heart put up all the numbers early. She gets the deuce, and Skip Across will get the show dough here. So it's 5-1-3 unofficially in the 9th.
Here comes stealing bases to the 9th race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Mare, she's 7 by Roddy's Bags again. Off the Ponderosa Dam. End to end Hanover. Owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. Bred by Joanne Looney King of Delaware. Trained by Jackie Matheson. Driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Mile in 157 and 4. Stealing bases in the 9th. Now the official results in the ninth race: Southern Heart second, Heather's Pet sixth, Skip Across third, How Mac Jazzy Girl fifth, Stealing Bases the race winner. Havarti finished fourth, fractions of 29 and 1, 59 and 3. 128 and 3, the mile 157 and 4. From the top, your program reads 263, 514. Stealing Bases paid 730. The Exactor 129.30. The Triactor 141.10, and the Superfecta at 67.83.
HBI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back during Governor's Plate Week at Red Shores Summerside. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hbibet.com. Okay, our top trot getting ready to come out for this 10th race. See them there in the paddock, the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. Pick up the latest edition of the Post Calls. A lot of great articles in there. And the entries for this 10th race, it's a field of 5, and all the attention has to be on the 5, Buckhead Ridge. This guy has been unbelievable since coming to Prince Edward Island. He's reeled off 6 straight victories since arriving on the island. So Landon Campbell and Mark Campbell enjoying great success, and Brady Doyle, the owner here with Buckhead Ridge, going to put him on top. It's unanimous across the board. We also like the 4 Fight Song. He was flying home late. He was covered up for most of the mile. He's a big trotter, and he never got rolling until late in the mile last time. He got up for the win in 58.4, so he could be second in here. And I'm going to throw in New Legacy, who's been unbelievable as well this year, 8 for 8 in the top 3, so he'll be tough again for Dowling from post 3. Pretty good group here in race 10. They're making their way out onto the track next.
Tenth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Helpful Princess, owned by Robin Burke of Brackley, trained by Luke Burke out of Murder Drives. Ripped and Ready, number 2, on Medina Clove, New Haven, and Dr. Ruth Irving of Russell, Ontario, trained by Dina Clove, Brett Clove drives. New Legacy 3, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, David Dowling up. For Fight Song, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes drives. Five is Buckhead Ridge, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's aboard. 3 minutes to post time. The Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stakes will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown on Thursday, October 23rd and Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to Peter Smith with Metro Home Building Center and Arnold Hagen with High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers.
Okay, there he is, undefeated here on Prince Edward Island. The 5, Buckhead Ridge. Mark Campbell drives for his son, Landon Campbell. Brady Doyle of Stratford is the owner. And take a look at this guy's chart line since arriving in Charlottetown. Nothing but ones up and down that card, and that's pretty nice, especially facing these trotters like New Legacy and Fight Song every week. And he's done it in pretty much every single way you could. On the front end, from off the pace, in the 2-hole, he converted from the 2-hole to win. Last time out, 57-2. First up 2 weeks ago, 58. Head post 8. The outside 3 back, and he was still able to get up for the win in 58-3. And then a couple trips on the front end prior to that, 58 and 56-4. And then another front end victory in his first start there, 59-2. Closing quarters, all very good in this guy. So in this compact field of 5, he is definitely the one to beat. Buckhead Ridge currently 4-5 on the board. Okay, there's Fight Song, the 4. Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge is the owner. Ashley Gamester is the trainer, and Jason Hughes in the seat. That was a pretty nice win last time out, winning by a neck in 58-4. Hughes and Fight Song timed it perfectly. They got away 4th and sat 4th right until the final 8th when Hughes angled him out, and he got up for the win. Closed it out 28-4. He was good second to Buckhead Ridge prior to that, 57-4. And then he rallied late to finish third, 58-2, 3 back in behind Buckhead Ridge and New Legacy. So post 4 here for Hughes and Fight Song. I think they're second best again. I got a 5-4 exactor. The 4 is 7-2. New Legacy, he's been great over the last number of seasons here at Red Shores. He was an 11-time winner last year. He's got 1 win this year, 6 seconds and a third, 8 for 8 in the top 3 this year. Second by a neck last time out, 58 and 4, just getting collared by Fight Song. He put up all the fractions early in that race, and just like I mentioned, just at the final strides, Fight Song overtook the lead. But it was a great effort. New Legacy, prior to that, was on the front end again, finishing third and behind Buckhead Ridge and Fight Song, and then he reeled off a string of second place finishes. So he should be close again this week from Poster. He's got the inside advantage on his top competition in here, so that will help him in this race. So I'm at 5-4-3. The 3 right now is at 6-1. Top trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 10th race. Back up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, Kurt, I got my new friend Lucas. He's up here today. He's from Calgary. He's in Charlottetown to watch the 10th race. Our top trotters on the ground. And they're lining up. Helpful Princess, Ripped and Ready, New Legacy, Fight Song, Buckhead Ridge. Here they come. Ostride getting away is the 2, Ripped and Ready. And there they go. They're off and trotting. Fight Song will lead them out. In between horses, New Legacy up the rail. The newcomer, Helpful Princess, stacking them up. Buckhead Ridge will get away fourth in the backfield after the miscue. Ripped and Ready will be the trailer. Up the backstretch, up the rail, Helpful Princess out in front. To her outside, here's New Legacy and Dowling. They're going to strike the lead. Second is Helpful Princess, then third is Fight Song. Buckhead Ridge goes fourth, and the trailer, that is Ripped and Ready. They're on by the opening quarter. New Legacy now controls for Dowling. In the 2-hole, Helpful Princess, 30 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Fight Song around the turn, a racing third. There goes Buckhead Ridge to the outside fourth. In the backfield, Ripped and Ready the trailer. Down the stretch they come, approaching the opening half mile. Buckhead Ridge on the outside, now the leader. New Legacy gives way second. Third, that is Helpful Princess with the leaders. Fourth, that's Fight Song. Ripped and Ready is the trailer. 59 and 4. Halfway home time. New leader at the 5/8 is Buckhead Ridge and Campbell. New Legacy now second. Helpful Princess third. There goes Fight Song to the outside fourth. Ripped and Ready fifth. The 3/4 comes next. Buckhead Ridge by almost 2. Second, New Legacy. Fight Song is coming on the outside third. Fourth is Helpful Princess. 3/4 up in 1:29 and 3. Unstressful fractions here for the open trotters, and they're homeward bound. Buckhead Ridge the leader. New Legacy. Fight Song on the outside. Helpful Princess. Buckhead Ridge coming to the wire. Make it 7. 7 in a row for Campbell. Fight Song rallied up second. New Legacy held third. It's 157-2.
Okay, no surprise here. Buckhead Ridge, he remains perfect. He keeps the winning streak intact, and again, very versatile. He does it from off the pace tonight. He got away at the back of the bus early, but then Campbell made his move, scooted right to the front. Half 59 and 4, 3/4 129 and 3. They just weren't going to catch him off those fractions. Closing quarter in 27 and 4. This horse has just been incredible since arriving on the island. He was much the best again here tonight. Fight Song does get up for the deuce, and New Legacy is third, so it is a 5-4-3 unofficially here in race 10.
Here's the undefeated Buckhead Ridge in the 10th race. Winner's Circle, trotting bay, gelding 5, Anuncio from the Cantab Hall Dam, Tuanella. Owned by Brady Doyle from Stratford, bred by Russell Williams of Hanover, Pennsylvania, trained by Landon Campbell. And Mark Campbell has his third winner tonight for the triple. And the trotter closed it out in 27-4, stopping the clock in 1:57-2. Buckhead Ridge triples up Campbell in the open trot. Now the official results in the 10th race: Helpful Princess 4th, Ripped and Ready 5th, New Legacy 3rd, Fight Song was 2nd, Buckhead Ridge the race winner, 30, 59-4, 129-3, and the mile 157-2. In review, it's 453-1. Buckhead Ridge 290. The exactor 650, triactor 870, superfecta 217.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August 8th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old Payson fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. So join us in August at Red Shores, Charlottetown for the McDonald Family Pace.
Woodmere Lizzie on the 11th Race Post Parade, owned by John McGilvery of Charlottetown, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by David O'Brien, Corey McPherson driving. Shelley Spirit, number 2, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. 3 is Real Smoke Show, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, number 4, owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside, trained by Brendan Mullen. Tonight, Mark Campbell. Woodmere Delta, number 5, owned by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Diamond Girl, number 6, owned and trained by Amber Campbell of Charlottetown, Kenny Murphy driving. Broken Head of Gas, number 7, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, Ryan DeRoche aboard. 3 minutes to post time. Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats are now on sale and can be purchased at the Eastlink Center box office. Kurt has more details on the way next.
2025 Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats are now on sale, and tickets are $65 each. And it includes a race program, food service in the 1888 Lounge, wagering voucher, and prize draws. To purchase tickets, call the Eastlink Center box office at 902-629-6625 or visit eastlinkcenterpei.com. And price does not include admission to the grounds. Okay, race 11 starters on track. Broken out of gas, raced huge last time out. Ryan Drosh gave him a great drive. He had post 2, got away to the front. He was muscling up in the 2-hole. Ryan was with broken out of gas. And then down the stretch, this one almost got up for the win. Steady Heart was huge on that night, but broken out of gas. She raced huge too. 55-4, 28-4 final panel. The Connections had to be pretty happy with this mare. Tammy Collins, the owner, breeder, and trainer. This one out of One Hot Bet, one mare they campaigned back in the day. She was a tough mare, and broken out of gas looks like she's taken after her mom after that big effort last time out. Good trips prior to that as well. Post 6, 2 starts back, ended up 5th, just beaten 3.5 lengths at the finish, 56-4, and then a winner on the front end, 56-4. 3 starts back. Ryan's been getting along great with her as well, and she's a nice big mare, just like her mom as well. But post 7 does pose a bit of a challenge, but off that last trip, I'm going to put her on top. I thought she'd be a nice price due to the post, and she is 9-2. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You was in that race last time out. Steady Heart getting the win, broken out of gas 2nd. Elm Grove Talia 3rd, and I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You was 5th on that day. Only beaten 2 lengths, wasn't beat by much. Nice trip, 56-1. Had the pocket 2 starts back. Gilles Barrio in the seat for both trips. Finished 2nd, only beaten a length at the finish. 56-2, 28-3 final panel. Mark Campbell in the seat for the drive here tonight for owner Heather Sheen, and leaving at a post 4. I have to think she is going to be forwardly placed again tonight, so you might want to throw her in your exactor plays. Currently 3-1. Full circle moment here for Woodmere Delta back on PEI. Been racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Breeder Woodmere Farms purchased Woodmere Delta and brought her back home. Carmen Osceola was training her in Ontario back in the Ron Matheson stable. Gilles Barrio will do the driving aboard Woodmere Delta. I remember this one racing for Danny Romo and then for trainer Jeff Holmes prior to leaving the Maritimes. So back home, Woodmere Delta and Woodmere Firms taking over the ownership. She's got a shot from post 5 in her first start back. Shows pretty nice trips in 53 last time out, 52 and 2 prior to that. A mark of 55 taken last year at Churro. She had 5 wins from 25 starts, so she's another good option in here. And currently the choice right now at 8 to 5. Race 11 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Lizzie, Shelley Spirit, Real Smoke Show. I'll bet you I'll beat you, Woodmere Delta. Diamond Girl, Broken Out of Gas. Top of the stretch. The question here, will the skies open up before, during, or after the 11th? It's post time. Up and pacing, I'll bet you I'll beat you, leaving out Woodmere Lizzie along the rail. In between horses, Shelley Spirit and Real Smoke Show. Then around the turn, racing around the turn is Woodmere Delta 5th. Up on the outside, Broken Eddie Guy 6th. The early trailer, that's Diamond Girl. Woodmere Lizzie on the engine with McPherson by 2. Second is Shelley Spirit, racing from 3rd. Up on the outside is Broken Out of Gas. 4th up the rail, Real Smoke Show. Then in 5th, I'll bet you I'll beat you. Woodmere Delta 6, trailing 7th. That's Diamond Girl, 28 and 3 the quarter. Keep coming on the outside. That's Broken Out of Gas, parked over on by the 3-8. She's cleared the lead for Ryan Darage. Second along the rail, Woodmere Lizzie. Then 3rd is Shelley Spirit. 4th from the outside and underway, Real Smoke Show. I'll bet you I'll beat you will follow the cover out 5th. Woodmere Delta will be 3rd over 6th, trailing 7th. Diamond Girl, 57 and 3 was the half mile. Midway around the paddock, turn for time 2. Leading at 5-8, Broken Out of Gas. Second at the rail, Woodmere Lizzie. On the outside, Real Smoke Show 3rd. I'll bet you I'll beat you will try her luck. 3 wide and advancing 4th. 5th is Shelley Spirit. Woodmere Delta way out there 6th. In between them, Diamond Girl trails but not out of it. 3 wide by the 3/4. I'll bet you I'll beat you takes over late. 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 1. They're turning for home. I'll bet you I'll beat you will lead them down the home stretch. Broken Eddie Guy 2nd. Woodmere Lizzie 3rd. Woodmere Delta coming late on the far outside. I'll bet you I'll beat you just did and gave Mark Campbell the grand slam. Broken Eddie Guy 2nd. Woodmere Lizzie 3rd. 158. But
Well, my top play in here, race good, Broken Out of Gas, but paid a price early to get to the front. Never got to the lead until the 3/8. Quarter was 28 and 3, half 57 and 3, 3/4 128 and 1. Don't see this too often from this mare, and off the pace. 3 wide blast as Mark Campbell. He's winning in bunches lately. He's winning 4 and 5 races every single night we have races here. So there's another big night here tonight, and I'll bet you I'll beat you. Can feel that in the lines when Campbell's sitting behind her and she raced super, popping off cover and driving off to win. Nice mile here tonight. 1:58 is the time of the mile for I'll bet you I'll beat you. My top place 2nd, and the 1 Woodmere Lizzie in there for 3rd. So it's a 4-7-1 here in the 11th.
I'll Bet You I'll Beat You's in the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Control the Moment. Off the Art Major Dam, Mow It Blue Chip. Owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside. Bred by Century Spring Farms of Gorey, Ontario. Trained by Brendan Mullen. Mark Campbell will guide her to her 5th lifetime victory. Mark has his 4th winner on the night for the quadruple. Mile 158. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You did tonight in Charlottetown and gave Mark Campbell the grand slam. Now the official results in race 11, Woodmere Lizzie 3rd, Shelley Spirit 5th, Real Smoke Show 7th. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, the race winner. Woodmere Delta was 4th. Diamond Girl finished 6th. Broken Out of Gas was 2nd. Fractions of 28 and 3, 57 and 3. 128 and 1, and the mile 158. In review 357, 14, 6-2. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You paid 710 to win. The exactor 103.90, the triactor was 102.50, and the superfecta 67.41.
Join us at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shore, Charlottetown, and now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special and fan favorite steak sandwich, hot hamburger, and Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information.
Grove Mistress on the 12th Race Post Parade. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. David Dowling drives. Woodmere Kennedy 2 is owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Gilles Barrio, catch driving. JM Sports Fan 3, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard driving. Lady Divine, number 4. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Tonight, Kenny Murphy. Ms. Moist, number 5, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Galway Girl, the 6, owned by Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell above the wheels. Down to your final call for wagering here on race number 12. And Kurt, you and I are going to come up with our selections in the 12th. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm off to the rail in here, and the veteran mare Elm Grove Mistress, a 16-time winner last year, has 2 under her belt this season, but she's still an awesome race mare at the age of 10, Kurt, and off of the rail, I like her to go to the winner's circle. Then going to the far outside, that'll be the 6 Galway Girl, last week's winner by a neck, and only because Campbell, he just never gives up on one, and he got her to the winner's circle. I like the 5 Ms. Moist for 3rd, and if you play the Super, I'll go to JM Sports Fan. 1653 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I like that mare on the rail too, Vance. She's got great gate speed. She's been racing great this year. Like you said, she knows how to get the job done. She's 54 lifetime wins, pretty incredible, and so I like her on the rail. I'm going to go to Miss Moyes. I think she's been racing great over the last few weeks. She really stepped up her game about 3 weeks ago when she pulled off that win for Murner on 56-1 at that 16:01 level, and then 2 starts back at the non-winners at 26:01. She jumped up in class, raced the top mare Sugar Bowl and company, and she was a really good second for Mark Campbell. He had the rail on that night, got away on the front early, and then ended up sitting in the 2-hole, and he almost got up for the win, second by a head. So I thought she raced huge that night. I thought she raced pretty good again last week against the top mares, and so in against this group here tonight, I think she's got a really good shot at winning. She's 6-1 on the nose right now. So Ms. Moyes, another good option in this race, but I'm going to put her in for 2nd. Galway Girl, I do like her for 3rd, so I'm going 1-5-6. Campbell's having a great night again tonight. He had a great night last week with Galway Girl winning by a neck and 56 flat. So, yeah, she will be tough on the outside post, but I think post 6 will pose a bit of a challenge for her. So I'm at 1-5-6. You've heard Vance's selections. Good luck with yours here in our feature pace of the night. Okay, our feature pace of the night going to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 12. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Elm Grove Mistress, Woodmere Kennedy. JM Sports Fan, Lady Divine. Ms. Moise and Galway Girl, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Lady Divine leaving out at the rail. Stablemate is Elm Grove Mistress. Into the turn for third, Woodmere Kennedy. Away fourth, JM Sportsman. Ms. Moise fifth, and Galway Girl, she'll trail. Up the backstretch they go, Elm Grove Mistress. On the engine for David Dowling. Tucked away her stablemate for the two-hole ride. Lady Divine away in third. Woodmere Kennedy racing from fourth is JM Sportsman. Ms. Moise fifth, and the trailer, Galway Girl by the quarter in 29 seconds flat. Straight alignment as they round the top turn. Approaching 3/8. Elm Grove Mistress in complete control. Lady Divine out of the turn is second. Racing third, Woodmere Kennedy. JM Sports Fan will make a move to the outside fourth. Ms. Moise fifth, and Galway Girl is the trailer. They're halfway home, led by Elm Grove Mistress. Lady Divine tracking second. Third is Woodmere Kennedy on the outside fourth. That is JM Sports Fan, 58 and 2.5. On the rail, Ms. Moise fifth, and Galway Girl continuing to trail. 3/8 of a mile left to go. Elm Grove Mistress has not seen a challenger. Coming first up, the pickup second. That is JM Sports Fan. Up the rail, third, Lady Divine. From the outside, fourth. That is Ms. Moise. Fifth is Woodmere Kennedy. Galway Girl trailing, but not out of it. They're by 3/4 in 1. 28 and 4 unstressful fractions in here for tonight's featured. 1/8 of a mile out, and Elm Grove Mistress trying to take them all the way. Lady Divine on the outside. Woodmere Kennedy coming on at the rail. Deep stretch now. Elm Grove Mistress. Lady Divine on the outside may have nailed her stablemate here. It's picture time in the 12th. 1:57 and 1.
Yeah, I think Lady Divine gets up for the win here in the feature. The Doyle trainee sitting 1-2. Kenny drove her perfectly, rushed her off the gate, opened up that two-hole. He ducked right in, following Elm Grove Mistress through fractions of 29, half 58 and 2, 3/4 128 and 4, and then they're going to battle down the stretch. Dowling on the inside, Murphy on the outside, and it looks like Lady Divine is going to win by about a head here. Big trip for Lady Divine and Murphy. Time of the mile, 1:57 and 1. The 1 is second, Elm Grove Mistress, and the 2 in there for third, Woodmere Kennedy and Barrio. You can see down the inside. So 4-1-2 unofficially here in race 12.
Lady Divine shocks them here in the 12th race featured on this Thursday night. She's in the winner's circle, pacing mare 4 by Heston Blue Chip from the Some Beat Somewhere Damn Booty Call. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, Jen has a training double. Bred by Let It Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing. Kenny Murphy got her to victory as the longest shot on the board. Kenny doubles up tonight in Charlottetown, the mile 157 and 1. Lady Divine and her 15th lifetime victory upsets the 12. Now the official results from the 12th race, Elm Grove Mistress was second. Woodmere Kennedy third. JM Sports Fan sixth. Lady Divine the race winner. Ms. Moyes fifth. Galway Girl finished fourth. 29, 58 and 2, 128 and 4, and the mile in 157 and 1. From the top, 236, 154. Lady Divine, $31 on the nose. Exactor 53.10, Triactor 222.20, and the Superfecta 219.40.
Okay, there's a look at the tight win photo from our feature, the Jen Doyle trainees. That's a keeper for her. Both trainees sitting there. 1-2, Lady Divine getting the edge over Elm Grove Mistress in race 12. I want to tell you about the Super High Five. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout. And customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside. And we got the Super High Five coming up here in race 13. And we got a little carryover going into this 13th race. The Super High Five didn't go in race 5, so close to $300 being carried over into this race. 296, I believe, going into this 13th race. So keep that in mind when you're making your wagers here in the finale.
Silly Amos on the 13th race post parade, owned by David Kent of North Rustico. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Two Outrageous Song, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Jackie Matheson, Jill Barrio. Kay's Rider number 3, owned by Todd Walsh, Lance Jones, Sean McAdam, and Donnie McFadden, trained by Todd Walsh, Jason Hughes up. Stone Beach Lily number 4, owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan trains, Colin drives. 5 Rock and Roll K's, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Elm Grove Penny 6 gets Mark Campbell in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Luke Burke, Donaldston. Segali wears number 7, owned by the Segali 6 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly, Mark Bradley. 3 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Saturday afternoon here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time, 4 p.m. Kurt has his super high five ticket to close out the Thursday night program.
Yeah, new post time on Saturday for July, 4 p.m. post time for Saturdays in July. We also have the All-Star Handicap and Challenge with Garnet Burnsdale, Melissa Keith, and Ken Workington taking place every Saturday as well. And the winner will be crowned on the final Saturday of July. There's a look at my Super High Five tickets. As I mentioned, there is a little Super High Five carryover in this one, $296 going into this pool. And so there's a look at my ticket. I'm at 12365. Vance Cameron going with a 61352. I like Silly Amos to get the win coming into this race off back-to-back fourth place finishes at the 1301 level, dropping down to the numbers 1001 here tonight from the rail. I think she will be tough to beat out of the Kenny Arsenault stable. And then I'm going to go with Outrageous Song, Kay's Rider, and then Elm Grove Penny on the outside with Rock and Roll K's. So good luck with your selections here in race 13 as the rain begins to fall here in Charlottetown. '13th finale lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. The rain is starting to fall. We almost got through the card. Vance, up to you for the call.
Oh, a little moisture to keep the dust down to close it out here, Kurt. And a reminder to the racing fans about that 4 o'clock post time when racing returns here at the driving park on Saturday. Silly Amos, Outrageous Song, Cage Rider. Stone Beach Lily, Rock and Roll, K's, Elm Grove, Penny, Segali. It's the Super High Five Thursday night finale. Post time. The rough and pacing outrageous song will get the first call. Silly Amos along the rail, sagging third into the turn. That's K's Rider. Coming fourth on the outside is Elm Grove Penny. Stone Beach Lily got away fifth. Racing from six is Rock and Roll K's and the trailer. That is Segali. Along the backstretch of the opening quarter, led by Outrageous Song and Jill Barrio. Second is Silly Amos, then third K's Rider. Elm Grove Penny is about to find a friend, and she'll drop in to be fourth. The friend was Stone Beach Lily in fifth. Racing from six, Rock and Roll K's, and trailing the field, Segali is 7:28. And two opened it up as they swing by the 3/8. That's Outrageous Song, the leader. In the two-hole is Silly Amos racing third. That's K's Rider, Elm Grove Penny fourth. Fifth is Stone Beach Lily. Swinging out from six, that's Rock and Roll K's, and the trailer is Segali halfway home in the nightcap, led by Outrageous Song. Getting the two-hole ride, Silly Amos, 58 and 2.5. Racing third is K's Rider. From the outside, advancing fourth, Rock and Roll K's underway. Elm Grove Penny now tips out fifth. On the outside, six, Segali. Now the trailer. Stone Beach Lily, the three-quarters coming next. Outrageous Song getting them there. Rock and Roll K's on the outside second. Up the rail third. K's Rider coming through. Silly Amos on the outside fourth. Up the inside fifth. That's Stone Beach Lily. Three-quarters in 1:28 and 1 with just an eighth of a mile left to go. Outrageous Song wants to take them all the way. Second, that is K's Rider. Stone Beach Lily come through. Third, the rail just opened up here. On the wire, Outrageous Song for Barrio all the way. K's Rider second. Stone Beach Lily third. Time for the mile in 1:57.3.
Okay, Outrageous Song and Barrio put on the front early. 28 and 2 to the quarter. Outrageous Song led the way. 58 and 2, 128 and 1 to the three-quarters. Silly Amos pulled pocket and ended up in a little bit of traffic around that last turn. The 3 K's Rider scoots right up in that spot, up the pass Elaine Hughes and K's Rider. They're going to loom the danger at the top of the stretch, but Outrageous Song going to hold on for the narrow victory in 1:57 and 3. The 3 K's Rider race well here for Hughes, getting up for the deuce, and Stone Beach Lily lands on the scene late to get the show dough. Silly Amos is fourth, and Rock and Roll K's ends up fifth. So it's 2, 3, 4, 1, 5 unofficial in the Super High Five to close things down here in Charlottetown.
Outrageous Song in the 13th race winner's circle, bay facing mare 7 by Sports Rider. Off the Cami Best Dam, Outrageous Storm. Home by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, bred by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove. Jackie Matheson picks up the training double on this night. Joe Barrio put her on top at every call in 1:57 and 3. Outrageous Song in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 13, Silly Amos fourth, Outrageous Song the winner. K's Rider second, Stone Beach Lily third, Rock and Roll K's fifth, Elm Grove Penny was seventh, Sigali finished sixth. They went 28-2, 58-2, 128-1, and the mile 157-3. From the top, your program reads 412-3576. Outrageous Song 1510. The exactor 106.70. The triactor paid $712.45. The late daily double at $265.20, and the super high five was out there at $341.97. And that's going to conclude our live presentation on this night here in Charlottetown. Tonight's Farm Mutual handle, $64,863. Reminder, live racing continues here at Red Shores, Charlottetown, Saturday with that 4 o'clock post time. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.